Are you a breeder looking to showcase your show pigs? With a Walton Webcasting Show Pig Shoot, we are your go-to video service for capturing the full picture of your show pigs. We specialize in providing top quality video services for breeders like you. Our skilled video team comes directly to your operation. You talk to pigs, we capture the video. Whether it's baby pigs, boars, gilts, or sows, we ensure that their unique features will shine through. With the power of our website and social media, your professionally recorded videos are streamed live, allowing potential customers from all over the country to view and appreciate the quality of your show pigs. We handle the technicalities so you can focus on what you do best, raising exceptional livestock. To schedule your next show pig shoot, call Rhonda at 765-431-7367. Welcome to the ultimate show on the track. Today we celebrate our premier partners, the driving force behind the livestock industry across the nation. Get ready to witness the power of partnership as our premier partners take to the asphalt. Green light and they're off. On the track we have our first partner, Laird Premium Blend Genetics from premiumblendgenetics.com. Next up, it's Beck's Hybrids from beckshybrids.com. And here comes Showright from showright.com. Coming around, we have Brad Howe Ford from bhiford.com. Right behind them, it's Biozyme from biozymeinc.com. And here comes First Farmers Bank and Trust from ffbt.com. And rounding out the racers, it's Kennedy Ventures from kennedyventuresok.com. On the track and in the ring, it's all about collaboration and teamwork. Join us in honoring our premier partners because together they're the driving force of the livestock industry.
Well, good afternoon. Certainly a pleasure to be here in Oklahoma, and looking forward to working through the Red Angus and Percentage Red Angus show here today. We start off just with a single entry here for this young lady, and no doubt a heifer that could have stood some more competition, one that you really like for added look up front. Her body shape and rib design, I think, is very good, and one that does pack a punch when you step in behind her, just in terms of her pin set and her dimension. A female that I think you call her adequately sound. We get her out here maybe just a little more upright off either end of her skeleton, but certainly a high-quality single entry here to start our day. Help me congratulate her with a nice round of applause.
Well, congratulations in the Red Angus ring. Starting out our percentage show, Class 1. First place went to Crease Richard of Blanchard, Oklahoma with RAC Swayze 302M. Well, now welcoming Class 2. These will be March heifer calves. Your judge today in the Red Angus ring, Mr. Bodie Schliff of El Paso, Illinois. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, if you're joining us ringside, let's put our hands together for all of the junior limousine exhibitors here at
Well, a nice trio of females here as we get into Class 2 in our percentage reds, and certainly some give and take in my mind, and some decisions you got to make, particularly between this top pair, in my opinion. And I guess when we get down to it, the young man's red baldy female just kind of overwhelms in this stage of the game in terms of having so much more density and stoutness. She's more opened up in terms of her body cavity. She's wider in terms of her pin set, and probably has got the advantage when you get down to the surface just in terms of foot size and bone. She's a female that to me is not as tidy in terms of her shoulders, that one that comes into and probably reads just a little quicker in terms of a maturity pattern, but a female that you gotta like from a basic standpoint. You know, you could argue, projecting those cattle out in terms of mature size, where that female's gonna land, but I think today, one that we gotta go ahead and roll with. The young lady's heifer that comes here in 2, I like from a futuristic standpoint, really good up through her front third. I like her top line, a female that gets out and handles herself nicely in terms of her leg. The question is today is there just enough there in terms of mass, in terms of body, in terms of foot size down low, and unfortunately for this young lady, that's why she lands in 2. But I think that female's got a bright future. One will be really fun to see how she kind of turns out. Young man here that comes in 3, he's got the advantage over 2 in terms of stoutness, in terms of overwhelming power. She's a big-bodied female that's massive when you step in behind her in terms of her pin set and her dimension. The issue is when we get her into motion is where she lands into 3 for me. Just need to free her up in terms of her hind leg, specifically down at her pastern and her rear hock. Good class of females. Congratulations to them.
Well, congratulations back over in the limousine ring. Your grand results out of our second class of percentage red Angus females. First place exhibited by Ethan Rogers of Stratford, Missouri. Second place went to Madison Fisher, Hempstead, Texas. Third place, Weston Evans, Gentry, Arkansas.
We'll kind of keep the ball rolling along here, and as we get to our calf division, our percentage red show, not a ton of numbers in this particular group, but I thought quality was very, very high. I really like those 2 cattle out of that second class, although very different in type and kind. Those 2 are my favorites in this particular group. The young man here in front of me will be champion. The young lady that was second will be reserved. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Well, congratulations in our first division of percentage red Angus. Spring calf champion will go to Ethan Rogers, Stratford, Missouri, with JK Hysteria, and reserve champion was exhibited by Madison Fisher, Hempstead, Texas. Well, now welcoming class 3. These will be February heifer calves.
Well, another single entry here as we get into our next class in our springs, and young man brings one that certainly once again could have stood some competition. I like a lot of things about this female, starting out with just that maternal feature about her head and her neck. A female that draws back incredibly level out of her hip. Her balance, I think, from the side is very, very good, and one that is also very comfortable when we get her into motion. Just one that I think is very, very complete, very nice. Not out there in any one area. Maybe not just the overwhelming bone or stoutness when you get down to the surface, but everything kind of matches in a very maternal package there. Very high quality for this young man. Let's give him a nice round of applause.
Congratulations in Class 3. First place go to Cade Williams of Maysville, Oklahoma. We'll now welcome in Class 4 to conclude the division. We'd like to let all of our junior Red Angus exhibitors know we will be taking a brief break between percentage and purebreds.
Young man does a really good job here with his Baldy female. I know it's sometimes tough when you're only one out here and the heifer's not wanting to maybe just cooperate the best, but he did a great job with this female. And another single entry here that I think represents quality cattle, a female that's really feminine about her head and her neck and still opens up with a tremendous amount of rib shape and stoutness when you step in behind her. A female that is still mobile when we get her into motion. Once again, still a female that maybe just gets just a shade frailer when we get down to the surface. But talk about one that's got look, got some power to her. The young man does a great job. Awesome job, buddy. We'll see you back here in a minute.
Congratulations in Class 4. First place go to Hayden Weems of Eustis, Texas with HRW Rebella 02M. We'll now bring those first placings in and select a champion reserve junior heifer calf.
As we get our two heifers back out here competing in this division, I think both of them represent quality once again and a little different in type and kind. They're cattle that are a little different in terms of how they're put together. One's really basic and functional, really loose in terms of her build and just so maternal about her look. There's another one that's maybe got just a shade more punch and stoutness to her, maybe not quite as just athletic when we get her into motion, maybe not quite as smooth and loose in terms of her overall build. But no doubt, high quality females. I commend both young men for doing a great job. Young man out of our first class will be champion. Young man in the cowboy hat doing a great job there will be reserved. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations, your junior heifer calf champion, exhibited by Cade Williams, Maysville, Oklahoma, and reserve champion will go to Hayden Weems of Eustis, Texas. We'll now welcome in Class 5. This will also be your division.
Young lady's got another single entry here that when you get off the profiler, I think you can really appreciate this female. Love her added refinement through her front third of her body, really nice in terms of her head, level in terms of her lines and out through her hip, and just gives you a really nice profile when you get off to the side of her. A female that, I think when we get them back out here will be in contention because of that. A female that maybe once you get her into motion, you want to see her just grab the ground with just a shade more authority and foot size, but another female that I think represents quality, be another nice addition to the line here in just a bit.
Well, congratulations, your fall calf champion exhibited by Devin Frazier, Meeker, Oklahoma, with ZSR Redhead Reba 098. Well, now welcome in Class 6. This will also be your intermediate division.
Some give and take in this particular class with these two females, and very different in terms of type and kind, and then how they go into motion probably makes me struggle just a bit more because the young man heifer here behind is just a little bit lazy, and I don't know if we ever get just a real good go over going. But with that being said, the heifer I elected to lead off with I think is probably just a little bit more complete in her type and kind. She's a female that's just a shade fresher in the way that she's put together and comes to the ring today. A female that no doubt gets out of her front end with more reach and athleticism, and I think you could say that about her rear skeleton as well. Past that, a female that's kind of got enough everywhere in terms of width and dimension, and once again very comfortable in the move. I'd like to change that heifer just in terms of where her chest floor sits and back to her flank, but I think her completeness allows her to get the nod within this pair. No doubt the young man's heifer here that comes in 2 is a little bit louder in terms of how she comes to the ring and extra pieces, in terms of look up front, in terms of stoutness, and obviously a huge ribbed kind of female. We get her into motion. She just doesn't come together quite good enough for me. She wants to get just a little more upright and straighter in the way she handles her shoulder. She's a little more pigeon-toed in terms of her front end. I just want to see that female get out and go with more reach and athleticism, but no doubt one that is powerful, stout, and still got a cool look.
Well, congratulations, your intermediate champion, exhibited by Avery McMurphy of Alva, Oklahoma, with BJHC's Scarlet L001. Reserve in that division will go to Legend Cooper with TLBT CH5R Jaded 310L. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We'll now bring in Class 7. These are March Spring Yearling Heifers. This will also be your senior intermediate division.
Another really nice pair, and honestly a pair of cattle that I think are very similar in the way that they're built and put together. When it gets down to it, I think the young lady's heifer that I elected to lead off with here is just a shade more mobile, specifically out of her hip and her hind leg. She's a female that is really nice up front. I like her femininity through the front third of her body. She stays dead level in terms of her spine and then opens up with a great rib cage. I think everything kind of balances and matches on that female. Not blessed with the best hair coat in the world. Maybe could you just stouten her up a little bit in terms of her hind leg. There's no question about that. But I think in terms of putting a lot of things together, in terms of having some power, still being mobile, I like her to win this class. The young lady's heifer that comes next is maybe just a little goosier in terms of her front end. She's another one that's got plenty of stoutness and dimension when you get up on top of that female. For me, I just want to see her be a little freer in terms of how she handles her rear foot and how in her hock on the go. But two very nice individuals I think are going to make tremendous cows.
Well, congratulations in Class 7. Your senior intermediate champion went to Elise Lentz of Creston, Iowa with MCL Smiles 3011. Reserve in that division will go to Reese McMurphy of Alva, Oklahoma. We'll now welcome in your final class in our Percentage Red Show.
Well, another single entry here to kind of wrap up our Percentage Red show, and one that maybe comes in just a little bit different style than what we've seen to this point. A female with a little extra substance to the ground, a little more exotic look through the front third of her body, and a female, that can certainly give you a captivating look when you get off to the profile of her. For me, I guess the long-term question is, and big picture question is, does she have just enough to her in terms of rib shape, in terms of center body sweep, being a little bit older like she is, maybe like to see her just a little bit farther along, but no doubt a female that is very comfortable. I like her added bone and stoutness, and I like her look up front. It'll be fun to have her back out here in the drive. Congratulations to you, young lady.
Well, congratulations, your junior champion heifer, exhibited by Avery Cavisto of Cromwell, Minnesota, with BJF Farah 3020L. We're now going to bring all those division champion and reserves in. We'll select a Grand Reserve Percentage Red Angus female. A reminder, we are going to take a brief break after this before we start the Purebred show.
As we kind of get here to the conclusion of your Percentage Red Angus show, certainly been fun to work through these cattle. I know we don't have a ton of numbers out here, but certainly I think we've had quality up and down these classes. And I'll admit they've came to us in a little bit different types and kinds. But when you throw in, the percentage thing and how these cattle get to this point, that's not hard to see why. But certainly impressed with the cattle. Certainly impressed with how they've been presented. Just to give you guys an idea where I'm kind of at, and we can quickly go through the lineup. I promise I won't take too long. Young man out of that first class, a female that you really like for added dimension, big bodied, really opened up, and still one that's got some feature underneath. Young man gets her head up there, and she can really pull herself together. One that I commented just a little bit in terms of class for a March female, maybe just a little bit mature and far along for my liking, but one that I think is very, very good from a basic standpoint. Young man that came out of class 2 here is one that I'm very drawn to, just in terms of her skeleton, her balance, her femininity, her maternal function. I think all those things represent and fit that female extremely, extremely good. One that's just not out there in any one area, but also incredibly hard to pick a major hole in. A female that looks to me like her best days are still to come, and you can project that female out to being very, very good down the line. Young ladies heifer that comes next in our lineup is real extended and pretty. I like those things about her. Chiseled up front, level in terms of her top line. A female that, like we commented in class just a little bit, maybe wanted to see her grab the ground with a little more authority, maybe want to stouten her up just in terms of her feature at the ground. Young lady that came next in a kind of a tough class that was a little bit challenging to evaluate for me just because of how the cattle acted a little bit. I thought this young lady's heifer had the advantage in that class just in terms of flexibility and athleticism. Once again, a heifer that's maybe just a little bit generic in the way that she's put together up front. She's not out there in terms of her head shape or her neck, but a female that I think is very comfortable when you get her into motion. Nothing really wrong with her as well. Once again, as far as she's kind of getting up there a little bit older, a female that maybe, like I commented in class, just in terms of her chest floor, through her flank, and maybe like to just redesign her from that ratio a little bit. Young ladies heifer that comes next, another one that I think is in the thick of things out here, really opened up, really bold, love her rib cage, a female that's still maternal about her head and her neck. She won that particular class because I did think she was the sounder one in terms of her hind leg. She's a female that, for me, just in my personal preference, I'd like to stouten her up in terms of her foot and her bone, but her added basics of look, dimension, and soundness certainly make her a contender in this particular group. A very nice individual there. Like I said, the different looking one comes out of our last class, a big extended kind of heifer that's got some extra dimension and stoutness in terms of her foot and her bone. She's a female that to me is maybe just a little stretchy still at this stage of the game. Does she just have enough in terms of her rib cage? Does she have enough in terms of her lower sweep? I don't know, but I like some parts about that female. Very, very competitive group. I'm not going to talk more. I know we got a lot of cattle to get through. Help me congratulate these Percentage Red Angus individuals, and I will get you your top pair.
Well, congratulations, your grand champion Percentage Red Angus female comes to you out of the junior heifer calf division. That was Cade Williams of Maysville, Oklahoma, with TRAV TLBT Maggie May 408M. And congratulations, reserve champion comes out of the senior intermediate division. That was Elise Lenz, Creston, Iowa, with MCL Smiles 3011. We are going to take a brief picture break before we return back with our Purebred Junior Red Angus show.
At Frontier Embryo Center, where tradition meets innovation in cattle breeding and fertility services, we're more than just a cattle service. We're your partner in elevating your herd's genetics. Our 60-day pregnant reset program and 6-month wean calf program are designed to maximize your genetic potential. With premium reset cows that are always on hand, health tested and selected for their docile and maternal traits, we handle the hard work so you can focus on growing your operation.
We're ready to get started with your regional junior Red Angus show. Your first class in will be class 9. These are May heifer calves.
As we jump into our own Red Angus show here, certainly not a warm-up class to jump in here on our May females, and I apologize for taking just a little bit of extra time here, and to be honest, I just wanted these cattle to settle in. These top few, to be honest, never really wanted to just settle in and act right, so it's a little bit of give and take on structure and just feeling confident the longer they're out here. I guess the one that I am just the most drawn to, the one that I would want to own long-term heading forward with the big pieces is the young lady's heifer up front. There is no question she is the highest tying. She is the neatest and most attractive in terms of her front end. She is still really good balance when we get this look and get off to the side of her. Her belly balance is good. She's good out through her hips. She's probably got the advantage of those top three in terms of having just a little bit more bone, a little bit more stoutness down in terms of her rear leg and her rear foot. The one place that I would get critical on this heifer, and honestly, where I ranged on her being first or third in this particular class, I want to set her back in the angle to her shoulder and her knee. I'm giving her a little bit of the benefit of the doubt out here that she's a little worked up. If you can set that heifer back just a little bit there, I can get really, really excited. I still think her extras of look, balance, and hind leg stoutness allow her to get the nod in this particular class. The young man's heifer that comes here in two, man, you talk about a cowy one, and she is moderate. She is huge-bodied. She's as good in terms of her rib cage as any of them. Plenty of stoutness when you get in behind her. She's a female that wants to fight, once again, just a little bit up front, and I think she comes apart just a little bit more in her shoulder. I think she runs downhill just a little bit more. If we can fix her and lay her in there just a little bit neater, the point of that shoulder, and elevate her a little, I can see that heifer winning. I love her cow power and just her body type. Young lady that comes next, I like a lot of things about this female, just in terms of her rib shape, maybe as good in terms of the transition from her shoulder into her rib as any of them. Still ties high out of the top side of her shoulder. A female that I read just a little shorter and rounder out of her hip. I thought she maybe was just a little bit more lethargic in terms of how she handled her hind leg today. Once again, she didn't act the best. That heifer is very, very high quality. I wish that young lady the best going forward. A high quality one to be standing in third. Once again, this young man that comes here in four's got another one that's really, really nice. Sharp looking, nice bodied female that can give you a really wicked look when you get her on the standstill. Once again, maybe flattens just a little bit when we step in behind her. I didn't think she was quite as coordinated as again when we got those cattle into motion, specifically at her rear foot, but a nice female there. Young lady's heifer that comes next is really, really nice. I just wanted to make her softer in terms of her center rib. Female that's got some power and some stoutness, and certainly that's an advantage in this class. Maybe just not quite as soft and far enough along in this particular group to move up. Young man comes next with one that's real big and extended. A female that's got a sharp look up front, just got a little rounder in terms of her hip, a little more streamlined in her center body. Young man comes next with a really rugged, stout one, and I like that about that female in terms of making her a long-term cow, high-performing and rugged. She's a female that from a balance standpoint I thought fell off just a little bit in terms of being a little coarser about her look. Young man rounds out the class here with another one that's real stretchy and long, like her refinement. Good job, buddy. Just needs a little bit more body and time on feed to become competitive in this group. But really good class of Red Angus to get us started. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Well, congratulations back in the Red Angus ring. Results out of Class 9, your first class of purebreds here in our junior show. First place was exhibited by Paige Wood, Big Cabin, Oklahoma. Second place was exhibited by Brett Pembroke. Third place will go to Cambry Murray. Fourth place, Zachary Griffith. Fifth place, Madeline Adams. Sixth went to Bennett Weiss. Seventh to Colton Jones. Eighth to Calden Weaver. Now in the ring is Class 10. These are April heifer calves. Over in Ring 1, we're going to get started with your Black Hereford show. First division in will be cow calves. Well, congratulations. Well, congratulations in our first class.
Once again, another very high quality class 2 of April's in our Red Angus show. And the one that kind of dominates this class, in my opinion, is this young man's heifer, the cowboy hat. Really stout, really cowy, really powerful. A female that I think is the class leader in all those categories, and then still complements it with a really functional build underneath. Once again, just would have loved to see this female get out and go so you could really read how she wants to get out of her front end. She's not the tidiest for an April heifer in terms of her front end and how much she's carrying in terms of her throat and down through her chest, but no doubt today she's the one we need to land on in this particular class, a really stout cowy one. Young man's heifer that comes here in 2, I think best follows the heifer that we go ahead and win the class with, and I do think it's debatable here between 2 and 3 depending on where you want to put your priorities, but I think the young man's heifer is just very fault-free in her type and kind. Maternal about her look, I think she's functional in her build, one that is just hard to pick major holes in. Once again, doesn't blow you away in any one area. She's got a little shoulder. She's not the most out there in terms of bone work, but just very complete and very nice. The young lady's heifer that comes here in 3, you can get this look of her on the standstill and think, man, can she fight higher? And I certainly think she can. And I think she's one down the road. Her extras of look and presence can really make her a very fun one to see where she goes in her career. I love her neck set. I like her body length. I like how everything proportions. There's not as much there to her today as those 2 right in front of her in terms of rib shape, in terms of dimension. Maybe gives up just a little bone, but a female that I think from a look and quality standpoint, you really like a lot of things about. The young lady's heifer's basics kept her in the top part of this class, and a female that's very nice to look at through the front third of her body. excuse me. She's got a good shape and sweep down through her center rib. She's a female that's standing still, I think balances nicely. We get her into motion, and that's why I pulled her when we had those 4 go around. Her top line gets just a little bit different in terms of how she handles it in her center spine, and then is just a little bit more hesitant in her step. The female that comes next, I'll be honest, I like a lot of things about. I think from a generating standpoint, she's got some unique parts about her. A cool necked one that sets way up high on the top side of her shoulder. She's maybe as wide pinned naturally as any heifer we got in this particular class, and still utilizes her hind leg well. She just doesn't piece it together quite as nicely. She gets just a little off behind her shoulder. She's a little rougher in terms of how her shoulder blade sits onto her body, and it just throws her off balance just a little bit. But in terms of a high neck set, a big stout pin set, and a really nice hind leg, I think that female can be really, really fun to breed on. Young man comes next with one that's really nice through the front third of her body, needs more stoutness and power to move on up. Much could be said the same about the young lady coming next, a female that you like just from a basic standpoint of balance and femininity. She runs out of power and stoutness at the surface to move up any higher. The young lady did a really good job of hanging on to her. On down the line, we got a couple calves next that just get a little bit more streamlined in terms of their center body. I want to soften them up and make them just a little more feminine about their overall look. And then the young man rounding out the class here just gives up too much dimension and stoutness to make a play any higher. Good class of April females. My congratulations to those young people.
Well, congratulations in Division 1 of our F1 show champion. We'll go to Rory Biney with SKLN Ursula 2405M in reserve exhibited by Ace. And April heifer calves. First place went to Brett Pembroke, Fairview, Oklahoma, with BWP DKBF Valentina 115M. Second place was exhibited by Colin McIntyre with 7K ZG Monique 258M. Second place, my apologies, third place was exhibited by Tana Lee. Fourth place went to Addison Val, Forest, Mississippi. Fifth place exhibited by Rebecca Dunn. Sixth place went to Brigham Otto. Seventh place in that class, Claire Holton. Eighth place, Kason Weaver. Ninth place, Calden Weaver. And 10th place was exhibited by Riley Revels. Now the ring is class 11. These are March heifer calves. Well, congratulations in the F1 ring.
Another fun class to evaluate here, and elected to lead off with this young lady's heifer. And the longer they're out here, I'm just the most comfortable with her. A female that I think excels it within this pair, and just having just a little more foot size, a little bit more stoutness. You get off to the side of this female, and she's still long and level out through her hip. Got a maternal look up front. I'm not going to tell you that she's the most refined and the most feminine through the front third of her body, but everything matches past that to me. I think she's got good rib shape. I think she's opened up. And like I said, a clear advantage in terms of foot size when you get down to the surface of this female. Once again, not the most refined, most tricked out, but man, I like her stoutness. I like her added cow feature, one that I think is very, very nice. Young lady's heifer here in 2. Man, she can give you some killer looks. I mean, that is a freaky necked one. That is a high tying one. That's a hairy one. And still, when that young lady gets her parked, she can give you a really, really cool look. The female that to me just doesn't piece together quite as nicely, not only in her chest floor back through her flank, but also out through her hip. Maybe just doesn't pull it together quite as nicely. And like I alluded to, again, maybe could stouten her up in terms of her rear foot, but a really freaky high quality one that young lady's going to have a lot of fun with. She's more comfortable in terms of how she gets around the ring than this young lady standing in 3rd. If you evaluated them standing still, you could get excited about this female that comes in 3, just in terms of her body balance, her attractiveness up front, her female character through her head. She's a female that's got more than enough stoutness, more than enough bone. The issue is when this young lady asks her to go, she just needs to reach and be more flexible out of her hock for me to move her up any higher. But a very nice female to be in 3. Young man comes next with another one that's got some quality, really strong in her lines, a female that's refined about her head and her neck, maybe gets just a little bit more one-dimensional in terms of her rib and her center body, but a female that I think has got some really cool pieces to breed on and going to be fun to where she winds up and kind of progresses on down the road. A female that comes next that's probably got just a shade more stoutness to her, kind of a big muscled kind of female, round in terms of her body type, gets a little harsher in her flank and just a little coarser about her overall look. Young man rounds out the class. Cowboy hat, a female that's got some strength to her. Once again, just a little coarser about her overall look. Doesn't offer the same kind of balance and symmetry as what we see at the top part of the class.
Well, congratulations in the F1 ring. LW Pride 507M. Second place went to Kaylee Bragg of Salado, Texas. Third place will go to Adeline Blankenship, West Burlington, New York. Fourth place was exhibited by Grady Sheen. Fifth place went to Kason Weaver, and sixth place to Jacob Robnett. Now in the ring is Class 12 March Heifer Calves. Well, congratulations in Division 3 over here in the F1 show. Your champion comes from Class 5. That was TRGZP J36 Shelby 703L, exhibited by Grayson Moore. Reserve.
Well, in my opinion, the most challenging and deepest class that we've had yet today, because we can go 5 or 6 deep over there and get into really, really high quality individuals. And there's some give and take at the top end. At the end of the day, the one I'm probably the most comfortable with is this young lady's heifer here. She's a female that I think just balances so good in terms of her angles of her skeleton, her rib shape, her levelness out through her hip, very cowy in terms of her rib and her center body, and still, although not out there and freaky in terms of her front end, I think it is very maternal in terms of the way it's shaped and the way it fits into her. She's a female that I think is more laid in at her shoulder and got a little bit better slope to her shoulder and knee compared to the one that comes in second. I feel the same way about her hock. Every once in a while, this female will be just a little tentative right at the surface in terms of her pastern, and that's probably where I'd just like to change her just a little bit. But a very cowy, very complete one that I think is just a little bit more basic in the way she's put together comparatively to the one that comes in two. This heifer that comes in second is freaky, and I like a lot of things about her. She hit me extremely hard when she came into the ring. Really, really cool-headed and necked. She's stout when you get in behind her in terms of her pin set. She's bold in terms of her rib and her center body. She's a female that, to me, that comes with just a little bit more shoulder. I think she's a little straighter in the angle, not only to her shoulder, but also in her hock at times, and it throws her off a little bit in terms of maybe wanting to get out and go with just a shade more reach. But, man, you talk about one with big pieces, really, really neat necked. I love her body shape. I love her stoutness. A very, very competitive one to be in too. I can really get excited about this heifer that comes in 3 at times. This is a female that can give you just a look of so much function and so much maternal cow power. I love her body shape. I love how she kind of pulls her pieces together in terms of her top line. And when that young lady gets her stuck and head up, it looks attractive enough. Of those top few, she's probably the most general about her head shape. She's probably the plainest about her feature. And although I think she reaches and goes with plenty of flexibility, she maybe has just a hair extra set to her hock for me, but a female that I think is very, very basic and good, and I think looks to have a very, very bright future. Young lady comes next with another one that got kind of pulled into the last draw here, and the reason she does is because of her extras. That's a neat-necked one. That's a bold-bodied one that's really stout in terms of her hip. The issue is, and she is just a little antsy as she comes to the ring today, I just want to see her be more collected and more comfortable on the go. She maybe wants to come apart just a little bit in her shoulder, be a little more hesitant in terms of her rear pastern. Young lady's heifer that comes next, a big, high-performing one that's really big-bodied, very cowy about her overall feature. She's a little far along for me in terms of condition. When thinking about a calf here, I just want to trim her up in terms of her front end and pull her back in terms of where she's at in condition, but certainly like her basics, like her added body. Young lady comes next with another one that I think represents the same kind of female that in other classes I think moves up very nicely, got some pin width, got some body shape, probably became just a little frailer and more plain about her overall feature compared to the some in this class, but that is a female that I think can be competitive within the Red Angus shows wherever you want to go. Young lady that rounds out the class, another one that I think's got some quality. I like her refinement and her added strength, just a little harder and harsher in terms of her rib and her center.
Well, congratulations back over in the black, Hereford. Out of Class 12 March heifer calves, first place went to Lucy Carmen with BJF Rosita 4042M. Second place went to Rat Trip, Nardin, Oklahoma. Third place exhibited by Addison Vowell of Forest, Mississippi. Fourth place went to Carly Roy of Nancy, Kentucky. Fifth place exhibited by Kinsley Pike of Fairview, Oklahoma. Sixth place, Legacy Murphy Livestock. And seventh place to Lydia Brown. Now in the Red Angus ring is Class 13 March heifer calves. Well, congratulations in our first class of HX females. This will also be Division 1. Champion is exhibited by Ace Ashley with BCR Sweet Red Wine 039. Reserve in that division will go to Rory Bimmy with SCC Madonna 40H 304M. We're now going to welcome in Class 9. This will also be Division 2. Well, congratulations in Class 9 over here in the HX ring. First place exhibited by Emily Woodward. And second place, and congratulations to
So you kind of got to find your priorities and where you want to be. And I guess this heifer's hind leg quality, an extra foot size and bone, and ability to be comfortable in terms of her hip and her hind leg kind of allow her to get the nod in this particular group. And when this young man does get her set up and her head up, I think she balances nicely. She's a female that's good from her chest floor to her flank. Her rib shape reads pretty good. She's one that when we get her into motion, I just want to elevate and pick up in her front end. She's a little lower tying than what I'd like to see. I'd like to just make her just a little bit more laid back in her shoulder to allow her to pick her head up. But a female that from there back, I think just in terms of balance, in terms of hind leg quality, is where I want to be in this particular class. The young lady's heifer that comes here in 2 maybe is high ceiling heifer as I think we got in this particular group. Really, really eccentric in terms of her front end, neat-headed, neat-necked, no-chested, dead level in terms of her top line. She's a little bit green today as she comes to the ring, and I'm sure the young lady knows that. Her best days are way ahead of her. She's a female that I think when you get her into motion, I think moves pretty good. She's got a little bit more advantage than the one right behind her in terms of how she handles her front end, in my opinion, and probably still has just a shade more in terms of bone. But a female that's got a great look. Just want to see her further along in terms of rib and center body to make a play any higher, but a female that I think's got a bright future. Some really intriguing things about this young man's heifer, and this heifer just doesn't want to cooperate and relax for this young man. A female that is rip-necked. She's as stout as any in terms of her body. She's as stout as any in terms of her upper hip, and I like those things about her. She's a female that's just a little bit barer in terms of her leg hair today. I don't know if she's any frailer than the one on either side of her, but she's a little bit green in terms of leg hair. My biggest issue with this female is probably just her front end assembly in terms of her shoulder, and I just want to see this female when she gets out and goes to have a notch more flexibility in terms of her knee, but no doubt a female that you really admire for added look and body shape and stoutness. Young man comes next, and much the same, a female that just didn't want to cooperate here and allow us to just get a great look of this female. She's big-bodied, she's stout. The issue is when we get her into motion, she wants to rise in the center portion of her back, open in her shoulder, and be more hesitant in terms of her hock. Young man comes next with another female that I think's got a lot of nice things about her in terms of having some body, having some density. She's a little plainer up through the front third of her body, specifically in her chest. Just need to tidy her up to make a play any higher against those really nice looking ones. Young man comes next with one that's just a little green as well, a female that you like for added refinement. At the same time, she's maybe getting just a little bit closed up in terms of her skeleton. I want to stouten her up not only at her foundation but up high. Young lady comes out next with another one that I think is going to make a great cow for her, a high performing kind of female. It's really good in terms of her center body. You like her low maintenance look. She's maybe just the plainest about her overall feature today. Good class of females. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Well, congratulations, Grand Champion HX Female. Ring results out of your final class in our spring calf division. First place in Class 13 exhibited by Cage Kennington of Central Point, Oregon, with MHC Drama Queen 303 MET. Second place was exhibited by Elise Lentz of Creston, Iowa. Third place went to Andrew Meyer, Clinton, Tennessee. Fourth place, Zachary Griffith, Marietta, Oklahoma. Fifth place went to Lane Murray of Lebanon, Oregon. Sixth place exhibited by Casey Holton, and seventh by Olivia Shribner. Once again, now in the Red Angus ring is your division drive for our spring heifer calves.
Classes in your Red Angus show today. It's been a fast track, and it's been challenging. You guys have made it hard on me because the cattle have been very, very good. So very excited when we get them back out here. I'm happy with how they come back out and look. Just so you guys know where I'm at, we'll go through and talk them just a little bit. The young lady that won our first class, and like I alluded to, that first May class was no warm-up to introduce the show. Very, very challenging and very tough at the top part of that group. The young lady's heifer that I elected to lead off with, I thought just had the most intriguing pieces. I thought she was the neatest in terms of her front end. I thought she was the levelest in her hip. She probably had the most boned and most secure hind leg of that group. Like I commented in class, if I could get critical on this heifer, I just want to lay her back in her shoulder and her knee. She's plenty upright for how I like them, but man, you talk about her big pieces. She's as intriguing and as out there as any of these we have in the lineup. You got to make a call if you're comfortable with her front end structure. Young man that comes with the cowboy hat, one that won that class, and I thought won so pretty demandingly. One that you just love for her cow-like feature, a big-bodied one that's bold when you get up on top of her, level out of her hip, mobile in terms of her hind leg. Like I commented in class, she's not going to wow you. She's not going to just grab your attention in terms of her front end look, but I still think she reads like a cow and has a tremendous cow feature about her. Just a female that I think is very complete and basic, but still brings some extras when you evaluate her from her shoulder back in terms of rib shape and dimension. The young ladies heifer that won our next class, I thought was one that kind of differences in types and kinds in that group. I liked this heifer's bone. I liked her added quality of hind leg and ability to get out and go. Still one that offers more than enough power. We get her back out here, and I talked about it a little bit in class of maybe being just a little bit more masculine about the top side of her neck and having some chest test. I think the call is, do you got to think that she's just sharp enough in her overall look to go ahead and say she needs to be in the top pair? And that's the question on her. No doubt a female that you like for her added density and her added stoutness and performance. Young lady that come out of our next class, I thought was probably the deepest class that we had in terms of having 1 through 5 and being very, very good. This young lady's heifer, I thought, was the one that just did so many things right. You evaluate her in terms of her angles of her skeleton, her balance, her proportions, her natural body, how she reads in terms of her age and maturity, I think is very, very good. Just one that I think checks off a tremendous amount of boxes and still has some extras of look and balance and presence to get you excited. Young man's heifer that came out of our last class is one that I like a lot in terms of her hind leg. I think she gets out and flexes very good. I like her added foot size and bone. She's one that, like I commented just a minute ago, when he gets her set up here, you don't really call it. I think she balances nicely here. We get her into motion. She maybe wants to drop her neck a little bit, maybe get just a little more upright in her blade. But no doubt a female that when we get her on the standstill, you can get excited. And I do like her hind leg, and I think that keeps her in contention out here. So a really good class, a really good group of females. My hat's off to the exhibitors and the breeders. I'm going to put the mic down and go get you a pair of them. If you would, please give these kids a big round of applause.
Well, congratulations. Your spring calf champion comes out of class 12. That was Lucy Carmen with BJF Rosita 4042M. And congratulations, reserve in that division will come from class 10. That was Brett Pembroke, Fairview, Oklahoma, with BWP DKBF Valentina 115M. Again, congratulations. All those exhibitors will now move into your next division. First class will be class 14, February heifer calves. We have the results of Class 12 over here in the percentage. Well, congratulations in the Red Angus ring results of Class 14. First place went to Madison Fisher, Hempstead, Texas, with WD Lady Driven 450 ET. Second place exhibited by Emma Woodard of Cambridge, Ohio. Third place, and congratulations to Tegan Lee. Fourth place went to Teague Ferris. Fifth place was exhibited by Ray Duncan. Sixth place, Bennett Weiss. Seventh, go to Colton Jones. And eighth to Grady Ridenauer. Now in the ring, Class 15, February heifer calves. Back over in the percentage Black Hereford ring, results out of our first division. Your champion was exhibited by Nora Binney. And reserve and congratulations to Rory Bimmy. Well, congratulations in Division 2.
as we get into a class here that's certainly deep in quality. I don't know if we have one that just jumps out and says they have to win, and you kind of got to, once again, pick your priorities. I think the young man's heifer here that we lead off with has a distinct advantage just in terms of stoutness of hip and body shape, a really good bodied kind of female in terms of her underline, a female that's got ample bone and stoutness when you get down to the surface of her, and still's got a cool look through the front third of her body. She's so powerful that every once in a while she wants to get up in her back just a little bit, and I'd like to loosen her there. To be 100% honest with you, I can't tell if it's a product of fighting the halter or if she is just a little tight in that regard, but I do feel confident that she is the wider built, more opened up female of this trio that I still think has a good enough skeleton underneath of her to go ahead and win. There's parts of the young lady's heifer that comes in two that I want to say go ahead and run with her. She's more extended, she's longer, a female that is attractive in terms of her front end. I like her head shape, I like the shape to her neck, I like the added length, and she is probably a softer spine female compared to that one right in front of her. The question is, you compare those two, is she just stout enough underneath? Is she just opened up enough to say that she needs to win? I guess I didn't probably think so, but at the same time, if you wanted to say you wanted to pick the bigger, pretty one that's more attractive up through the front third of her body, I wouldn't argue with you. And the heifer that comes here in third, I think fits together very nicely with that heifer there in two. Once again, a really attractive, bigger, extended kind of female that's really nice in terms of her look up front. Once again, need to open that female up just a little bit in terms of her rib shape, stouten her at the surface. Young lady's heifer that comes next got some pieces to her that you want to say maybe she should go ahead and be at the top part of this class, and I do like a lot of things about her in terms of her sharpness of neck, in terms of her stoutness of hip, a very highly presented kind of female out here. She wants to get just a little more opened up in her shoulder. She's a little more up and down in terms of her knee, and I just want to see her go with more flexibility, tilt her back in terms of the angles to her skeleton, but a very, very nice one there for her that I like from a breeding standpoint. Young man comes next with one that at times can give you a killer look, at times can maybe just fall out of balance a little bit. Every once in a while, she wants to push her front feet out in front of her, but man, you talk about one that is high-necked and level in terms of her hip. I like those things about her. Once again, maybe wanted to fade and funnel just a little bit when we got underneath of her, and once again, just need to make her more consistent in her looks in terms of giving you a balanced profile. Young lady comes next with another heifer that I think's got some stoutness and shape to her, maybe just came a little bit rawer today in terms of her center body, maybe a little straighter in the angle to her shoulder and knee. Young lady rounds out the class here with one that certainly would have moved up in some other classes we've had, a female that you like for added refinement, a female that just probably needs to get out and go with more authority and flexibility for me.
Well, congratulations in Class 15 over here in the Red Angus ring. First place will go to Lucas Bowling of Sheldon, Missouri with LBL Pandora 227M. Second place will go to Cambry Murray of Lebanon, Oregon. Third place went to Veronica Lenz, Creston, Iowa. Fourth place exhibited by Madison Vowell of Forest, Mississippi. Fifth place went to Ethan Rogers, Stratford, Missouri. Sixth place was exhibited by Sage Revels of Webster, Florida. Seventh place and congratulations in Class 15, Avery Fisher. Now in the ring will be your final class here in our Junior Heifer Calf Division. This is Class 16, January Heifers. Well, congratulations in Division 2 of our Purebred Black Hereford Show. Champion will go to Landon Ellison with SNS 3C's Was Only a Kiss. We'll now welcome in those first and seconds and select a champion reserve purebred female.
Apologize for taking just an extra minute here, but I want to be comfortable with where we land up on down the line as well. Not only in these top decisions, and I do think it was challenging from their back, but I do feel very comfortable with the heifer we need to lead off with, and it's the one that puts the most good things together, and that's the young lady here to the front of this class, a female that just from a profile standpoint, you like a lot of things about. Attractive in terms of her front 1/3. I think her lines are extremely good. Belly balance and everything like that. Chest floor to flank all comes together extremely good. You got more than enough underneath in terms of heaviness of structure. And once again, probably the class leader in terms of her ability to get out and go. I'll be the first to tell you, maybe not just the most shapely animal, just in terms of stoutness, in terms of body shape from behind, but a female that just oozes quality when you get off to the side of her. I thought it was challenging through these next four and even down the line just a little bit. I really like the cow-like feature of this young lady's heifer that comes here in two, big-bodied, long spine kind of female. It's really level out through her hip. Still got a nice look through the front third of her body, up by her head and her neck. She's a female that's got just a little bit more chest than our one that wins this particular class. Not quite as heavy structured, but I think her basics are very nice, and she is just the longer, more extended female when I compare. Comes here in third. Young lady that comes here in third, I thought was right in the thick of it. A pair switch there. I like this female's body shape. I like her stoutness. She's got a cool look up front. She's maybe to me just a little shorter and rounder out of her hip. And if we could extend that female there just a little bit, I think she can make that move. To me, that's where we need to fix her. Female that comes next, young lady did a nice job with, one that you really like from a refinement standpoint, an attractive female that's got some stoutness when you step in behind her, maybe just a little bit more lethargic in terms of how she handles herself on the go. Want to free her up in terms of her rear skeleton. Incredible cow piece here for this young man in the cowboy hat. As big-bodied, as opened up, and stout in terms of her dimensions as anything we've seen. A female that is maybe just a little more compact, a little bit more moderate, a little bit plainer in terms of her overall look, but no doubt you would love her added cow-like feature and power. Young lady that comes next with the white-tailed heifer here, another one that I think's got a nice look up front. Thought she wanted to get up in her back and a little harder in terms of her center body, but a female that you certainly like for added stoutness when you step in behind her. Standing still, the young lady's heifer that comes next can give you a killer look through her front 1/3. She's a female that is very nice when she gets her propped up. When we ask her to get out and go, though, she wants to rise in the center portion of her back and maybe wants to flatten up just too much to move up any higher. Young man comes around next with a high-performing one that's certainly got some strength and stoutness. She's a female that's just too one-dimensional in terms of her rib and her center body. Young lady rounds out the class here with another one that's going to make a very functional cow prospect for her. A female that's got some stoutness and heaviness of structure, just becomes the coarsest and most off-balance one of this particular group. But nice class of cattle. Let's give them a nice round of applause. We come to another conclusion of a division here, and I believe the last of our calf classes. Certainly very excited when we get them back out here. I think quality up and down these classes, and there was cattle that didn't make it back out here that I certainly thought were very, very good in their own right. Just to talk through them a little bit here so you guys know what I'm thinking. Young lady that won our first class here, a female that to me probably represents some extras and some more unique pieces than what we've seen in some cattle today. A cattle that can get you excited in terms of her look up front, her extra boldness, her stoutness of hip, and still a female that has a really, really cool presence about her when you get off to the profile of her. Like I commented in class, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I just think her hind leg is perfect in terms of the flexibility to her hock, but I don't think it's enough to get her beat in this particular setting. I think her unique pieces are very, very cool. That was a tough class. The young lady that came in second over there to her is a female that we really like from a structure standpoint. Gets out and goes really well in terms of her hind leg. She's a female that when that young lady gets her head up and gets her propped up can give you a cool look. She's maybe not as opened up as maybe a couple other ones, and particularly right in behind her shoulder. Maybe sets down just a little bit in terms of her chest, but a female that you really like from a structure standpoint. Young man's heifer here that won our second class. I thought that was a challenging class to kind of put together just because how the cattle acted, but a female that we eventually landed on just because of her added body shape, her stoutness, and she is a leader in that group of those qualities, and still one that's got a nice look. Like I commented in class, can maybe get just a little high in her back at times, but a female that I think is very nice. Young lady's heifer, I thought kind of dominated the last class just in terms of her structural quality and her outline. A female that is very attractive and very good balance, gets out and goes extremely well. Like I commented, you get up on top of her, you probably wish there was just a little more in terms of upper body shape. I think she flattens at the top side of her skeleton a little bit, but that's being very, very critical of a very high quality individual. So a great division of cattle. Help me congratulate these kids with a big round of applause, and I'll go get you 2 champions.
Well, congratulations. Your division champion comes out of class 14. That was Madison Fisher, Hempstead, Texas, with WD Lady Driven 450 ET. And congratulations, reserve in that division comes out of class 16. That was Lauren Wolter of Aviston, Illinois, with FCFR Saucy 403. Now in the Red Angus ring, we'll bring in your next division. This will be class 17, Winter Heifer Calves. Now in the Black Hereford of your junior.
Challenging top few to put together, in my opinion. And once again, I don't know if we have just the answer to say that they have to win. So you got to give some give and take. And at the end of the day, the young man with the cowboy hat, I thought that heifer probably just has a shade more density and stoutness when you get down to the surface in terms of foot size and bone. She's an opened up female that is extremely good in terms of her rib and her center body. She's not as elevated as I'd like to see, or probably not as elevated as that heifer that comes in two, just in terms of how her neck sets at the top side of her shoulder and even the tidiness of it. But between the two cattle, I do feel comfortable that she is the more opened up, bigger bodied one that has enough stoutness and an advantage in terms of stoutness, a hind leg. I'm not going to say that she gets out and moves just awesome in terms out of her hip and her hind leg, but I don't know if this heifer that comes in two is necessarily in that area, so I think it's a little bit of a wash in that regard. The young lady's heifer is probably just a little bit neater in terms of her front end. When she gets propped up, a female that's a little bit sharper in terms of her neck. Still one that's got more than enough power and stoutness to her. We get her into motion, like I said just a minute ago, a little more hesitant in terms of how she handles it, and then she gives up some foot and bone to that heifer right in front of her. If you want to flop that pair, I would not argue with it at all. It's just some give and take between those two heifers. Very high quality. Young man's heifer that comes here in three, another one that I think was in the thick of it. This heifer gives up some dimension, some performance and power compared to those ones right in front of her. She's still one that's got a nice look when you get off to the side of her in terms of how her neck ties, her levelness, her hip, and still one that's got more than enough body and stoutness to her. She's a female, when we get her into motion, maybe wants to get up underneath of herself just a little bit there, and once again gives up some power to those few right in front of her. Young man's heifer that comes next, a little bit the same story. Balance-wise, I think she does some really nice things. I like her maternal feature about her head. She gets a little bit flatter in terms of her rib and harder in terms of her center body. The dark red heifer that comes next, a little bit more out there in terms of bone, a little bit more out there in terms of look and power. She gets a little coarser about her overall makeup, in my opinion, specifically in terms of her shoulder, and then she wants to flatten up and just get a little bit harder in terms of her center body. Young lady that rounds out the class here, one that's really petite and attractive up through the front 1/3, just becomes the flattest and lightest dimension heifer in this particular group.
Well, congratulations in Class 17. First place was exhibited by Zachary Griffith, Marietta, Oklahoma, with 7K ZG London Baby L208. Second place went to Laramie Sasser of Edmond, Oklahoma. Third place exhibited by Casey Holton of Cisco, Texas. Fourth place, Reed Prosser of Crescent, Oklahoma. Fifth place went to Lydia Brown, and sixth place to Jocelyn Richter. Now in the Red Angus ring, we'll look to see Class 18 senior heifer calves before the division. Well, congratulations.
Here as we continue on in our fall division, and some give and take, but I'll be honest, I think this heifer does the most unique things in this group, and to me she's the most uniquely built of that trio, and pretty confidently want to use this heifer to win this class. I think she's an attractive, sharp looking female that's elevated through the front third of her body. She's good enough in terms of her spine. Standing still, it's dead level. On the move, can maybe get just a little in the center portion of her back, but with that being said, she's also the boldest and most opened up in terms of her rib cage. She's the stoutest out of her hip, and there is no question that she is the stoutest and most secure in terms of her hind leg. And for those reasons, I think she's a pretty easy class winner in this group. To me, she's a female that is so round ribbed that if you want to say yeah, she needs some more belly sweep. I wouldn't disagree with you, but at the same time, she is bold in terms of her rib cage, and I like her hind leg extremely well. A nice place to start. From the profile, this heifer is really cool. She's sharper necked than the one that comes in 3, just more attractive in terms of her look up front. Her balance and profile, I think, is really good. She's got just a little more sweep in terms of her center body than the one that wins the class. To me, this heifer is just a little more upright in the angle to her shoulder and her knee. I don't think she gets out and flexes quite as good. I don't think she's just as dense when you get down to the surface of her foot, but a female that if you want to say she's pretty and attractive, she no doubt is. I just want to see her be better in terms of the angle to her shoulder and her knee. If you want to say one's just very basic in terms of type and kind and cow power, I think you can like a lot of things about this young lady's heifer. She's probably got as big a sweep and a big a body cavity as any of those 3. Well, I'll say she does have that. She's a female that still balances nicely when that young lady gets her set up and prop. She's long out of her hip. She's probably the frailest one of that initial trio. She's probably the plainest in terms of her neck, is why she ultimately lands in 3rds. From a basic standpoint, I think that female is very nice. Young man comes next with one that certainly got in here with some very steep competition, and it's still a good heifer. A female that's got some strength and stoutness behind her. She's not quite as nicely put together when we get off to the profile of these cattle as those ones up through the front 3, but very nice. Young lady comes next with another heifer that you like from the profile. Very refined and attractive and nicely balanced. The issue is we step in behind her and there's just not enough to her to move her up any higher. Young lady comes next with a female that I think's got some quality just in terms of her strength down her top line and her female character about her head. She's maybe just a little more one-dimensional in terms of her rib shape, maybe a little bit more straight line in terms of her center body. Young lady does a good job here with this female that I think's got a tremendous rib cage in her, going to make a tremendous cow down the road. Just gets up in her back too much and is too lethargic in terms of how she handles herself in terms of her feet and legs. Young man does a good job here with one that's really refined that just needs to be stouter, and unfortunately for this young lady, we just never got a good look at this heifer just because of her attitude, but keep working on her. I'm sure she's going to make a great project for you.
Well, congratulations in Class 18. First place will go to Olivia Naylor, Connorsville, Indiana, with KJHT Shake the Bucket 3011. Second place was exhibited by Delaney Naylor of Connorsville, Indiana, with KJHT FCFR Luxury 3021. Third place exhibited by Lana Sims with 3 aces Tinkerbell 9113. Fourth place went to Bennett Weiss, Buffalo, Minnesota. Fifth place, and congratulations go to Lillian Bowling. Sixth place went to Regan Bostic. Seventh place exhibited by Olivia Schriebner, and eighth place went to Caden Richer. Now in the ring, we'll select your champion reserve fall calves.
As we get to the end of this division here, just 2 classes, but quality's been very good, and they've been big classes with some depth to them. Happy when we get them back out here. Young man's class winner out of class. The first class in this particular division was, I thought, the advantage of that pair in terms of density and stoutness at the ground and having some body and some mass to her. Like we talked about in class, I want to just pick her up in terms of her front end and just give her a notch more look and attractiveness, but no doubt one that you really love from a cow standpoint. The young ladies heifer won a really tough class with a tough trio that got into our second class there. She won because of her stability of hind leg, her stoutness and density in terms of her dimension. She's still a female that's attractive to me in terms of her front end. Like we commented, is she just the softest in terms of her center rib? Probably not, but her rib shape in terms of her outer rib I think is very, very good. Young ladies heifer that was second was a very high quality one as well. Love that heifer's feminine femininity, her look, her smoothness. She's not as opened up as our class winner. I thought she was maybe just a little more upright in the angle to her knee, but no doubt a high-quality one as well there that was second in that particular group. Help me congratulate these young people. The two young ladies out of our second class are going to be your champion reserve. Congratulations to them.
Well, congratulations. Your fall calf champion comes out of class 18, exhibited by Olivia Naylor, Connorsville, Indiana. And reserve champion will go to Delaney Naylor, also of Connorsville, Indiana. We're now going to welcome in class 19. These will be late summer yearlings.
Another good class here, and a female that is going to win the class, and I think does so moving and on terms of her feet and legs, a female that is simply, to me, the most comfortable and takes the longest stride when we get her out here. And plus that, we get in behind her, and I think she's the stoutest and most opened up in terms of her body cavity. She's the biggest in terms of her hip. I like her levelness of hip as well. Still one that ties high out of the top side of her shoulder. She's a female that, to me, we could just change a little bit in terms of her roughness of shoulder and down into her chest floor. If we could tidy that up, I think you could get pretty excited on this female. She's just a little off in that regard from a balance standpoint. She's still stouter and more opened up than this young lady's heifer that comes in two that you really like for her refinement. She's got some strength down her top line. She's a nice necked kind of female that can really give you a balanced look when she gets her set up. I become just a little more concerned with her in terms of her chest floor and where she sits in terms of her lower body, in terms of her flank. She's also a female that gives up a little stoutness, and like I alluded to, not calling her unsound by any stretch of the imagination, she's not quite as just fluid as that one that wins. Young lady rounds out the class here with another one that's really refined and attractive, just gives up too much performance and power to move her up any higher.
Well, congratulations. In Class 19, first place goes to TCLE 124L, exhibited by Tucker Beyer of Ringgold, Wisconsin. Second place went to Helen Orr of Davenport, Oklahoma. And third place will go to Reese McMurphy of Alva, Oklahoma. Now in the ring, we'll look to see Class 20 before the division.
Another nice pair of females here, very different in terms of how they come to the ring in terms of condition, but I think quality is very, very nice between two of them. The overwhelming one is the young lady's heifer here in the black shirt, a female that is, like I said, overwhelming in terms of body, in terms of you know, just presentation of hair, a female that I think has still got a nice balanced look when you study her from her shoulder back, long and level out of her hip. Like I said, opened up in terms of her rib cage. She's pushing just a little bit more chest, and I would like to tone her back just a little bit in terms of where she's at. But no doubt, a female that I think standing still looks extremely well. You know, we call her sound today. I don't know if she's just an absolute athlete out of her hip and her hind leg, but no doubt, functionally sound, in my opinion, a nice individual to lead off with. She's just got so much more than this heifer that comes in two, just in terms of rib and center body. I think the outline, the balance, and the flexibility of this heifer that comes in two is very, very nice. She just comes to us plenty raw today in terms of her rib, and then you step in behind her, and she's just not as opened up, not as just much to her, unfortunately for this young lady, but just from a flexibility and freshness standpoint, you like a lot of things about her.
Well, congratulations in Class 20 before the division. First place will go to Macy Bartlow of Macomb, Illinois with FCFR Saucy 347. And second place exhibited by Ainsley McIndoe of Stillwater, Oklahoma. We're now going to welcome in the first and second, select a champion reserve, intermediate heifer.
As we get down to making the decision here in this division, get our two class winners back out here, and you know, cattle that I think are a little bit different in type and kind, but no doubt you admire things about both of them. The young man's heifer here, I think, is very nice in terms of her head. I think she's high tying. I think she's got plenty of dimension and stoutness when you step in behind her. A heifer here that when we got her out into motion in that particular class, I really liked how she handled her hip and her hind leg, and I certainly thought that was an advantage to her. You know, she comes to us today and to the ring a little bit short on hair, and comparatively to the one behind her, she is no doubt fresher in terms of where she's at in condition, but also still pushes some chest as well when you get down right there in front of her front legs. And that was something I commented on class, if we could just tidy her up there just a little bit in terms of her shoulder and chest, but no doubt a heifer that you like from the basics of structure, ability to tie high, and still having plenty of stoutness. Obviously, the one the young lady brought here is kind of presented in a way that you want to gravitate towards her, just in terms of her hair coat and how she's put together a very highly presented kind of heifer in that regard. She's one that is big-bodied, very functional in terms of her build, a female that I think just reads like a cow. Like I commented in class, you know, we could freshen her up just a little bit, no doubt, in terms of her chest and in terms of her condition, but a heifer that is looks like she came here to contend. So a good group of cattle. I'll put the mic down, go show you the two I like. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Well, congratulations. Your intermediate champion comes out of Class 20, and that was Macy Bartlow of Macomb, Illinois, with FCFR Saucy 347. Reserve in that division will go to Tucker Meyer, Ringgold, Wisconsin, with TCLE 124L. We'll now move into your senior intermediate division. First class in will be class 21. These are April spring yearling heifers. Well, congratulations.
Well, a very fun class to evaluate over here in this Red Angus show, and it just keeps staying good and keeps getting better as we go through these cattle. These top trio, I think, are very fun to evaluate and kind of sit in here and say where you want to be. The one that does the most good things to me and puts the most things that I like together is this young lady's heifer that leads off this particular class. That female's got a really cool set to her ears. I think she's neat-headed. I think she's got a nice profile to her. When you get off to the side of her, she balances nicely in terms of her lines. I think she's got more than enough in terms of body, in terms of mass. All those things I think are very, very good. Where she gains the advantage to me truly over that heifer that stands in second is I think she's got more go, more flexibility out of her hock and her rear pastern. I think she gets out and travels just quite a bit freer and easier when we ask that heifer to get out and go. A very unique one to me that I think is very, very nice as you draw her from the side. And then as we've kind of been searching today, has that to go with the feet and legs as well. So a very nice individual there to win this particular class. If you judge them standing still, you use this one pretty quickly, in my opinion, because she is intimidating when she is on the standstill. An awesome featured, awesome necked one that's opened up when you step in behind her in terms of her pin set. Her body shape's good. I think her underline balance is extremely good. The thing that lands her in two for me today, we ask her to go. I just want to see that heifer go with more flexibility out of her hock. And I'm not telling you she's unsound. I just prefer the hind leg on that heifer that wins the particular class. And I just, that's the judgment call I made in this particular group. But standing still, absolutely killer. Hats off to that young lady and the crew that got her ready. Presentation is very, very good. The problem heifer, that top trio, is this one for me. And man, you talk about one that is huge bodied and just so cowy in her overall makeup, and I love those things about this female. She looks like one that can really raise them and produce them. Still one that I thought had a great hip and hind leg, can really get out and go. Just reads so functional in her kind. Of that group, you know, she's the shortest haired one again. The biggest reason she probably lands in three for me is she just attractive enough up through her front end, through her chest. If you make, you know, the heifer that stands right in front of her, if you put that kind of neck and chest on her, this show's over. To me, that's why she lands in three. I just want to make her more attractive. But man, talk about a donor cow coming. That young man does got a very nice one. The young lady comes next. Just got in here with a really, really tough class. A stout, opened up one from behind, and still one that from the profile can give you a good look. When we got her into motion, I thought she came in a few more pieces. Maybe just got a little easier in terms of her top. Maybe opened in her shoulder just a little bit. But a heifer that I think is very high quality and presented extremely well. I like the profile of this heifer that comes next in terms of her neck, in terms of her lines, her levelness of hip. I think all that's very good. Stepped in behind her. There was quite enough to her in terms of her rib shape and then underneath, but a very attractive female there that I think's got a lot of quality. Young lady comes next with another one that's going to make a tremendous cow, huge bodied and really opened up and bold, has just a little bit more chest poking down between her front legs and maybe just a little frailer in terms of her hind leg. Young man comes next with another one that's going to make a great replacement for him. Got turned to her body, got some dimension to her, just becomes a little bit straighter in terms of her front end. A little more frail in terms of her construction down low. Young man rounds out the class here with another female. It's got some performance and strength to her, just doesn't have the same kind of balance that we see up throughout the class.
Well, congratulations back over in the Red Angus ring. Results out of Class 21. First place was exhibited by Avery McMurphy of Alva, Oklahoma. Second place went to Helen Orr, Davenport, Oklahoma. Third place, Tucker Byer, Ringgold, Wisconsin. Fourth place, exhibited by Elliot Leipert of Nevada, Texas. Fifth place, exhibited by Lawson Ogle of Nevada, Missouri. Sixth place went to Grace Richard of Blanchard, Oklahoma. Seventh place, Hayden Weems, and eighth place, Ethan Rogers. Now in the Red Angus ring is Class 22. These are March Spring Yearling heifers. Back over in the Black Hereford
Two really nice ones as we continue on in our Red Angus show, and it remains competitive and it remains very, very good. And I think a close decision between the two. Do you want to use one that's got a little bit more to her, or one that is probably just a little bit more wowy in her overall presence and look, and say that she's got enough? And at the end of the day, I like the extra look, the presence, the overall profile found in this young lady's heifer that I got here in front of me. As attractive as one as you can see in this show today in terms of her head and her neck and how she ties that together. Awesome in terms of her spine, level out through her hip, and then you step in behind her and you say, I think she's got enough to go ahead and win this particular class. But a female that I think, from a profile and a balance standpoint, you really, really like. Heifer that comes in twos does have more to her, just in terms of her rib, in terms of when you step in behind her and having a shade more stoutness. I just didn't get as excited about this heifer when I got off to the profile of her, unfortunately. She's not quite as tidy up through the front third of her body, in her neck, in her chest, maybe not quite as level out through her hip as what I thought that one that won was, but that is a good heifer, and if you want to say that she's good enough looking and got more than enough stoutness and power, I wouldn't argue with you at all in that particular pair. Young lady comes next with one that's got some neat parts. I like this female for added stoutness. She's big pinned, she's bold-bodied, extra stout and dense in terms of how her body comes together. She's one that, to me, with that extra density, comes with a little more shoulder, and I can handle a little shoulder. I just thought she was a little more upright in it in terms of how she got out and handled herself, but a really, really cool cow there to be in three. Young man comes next with a big, high-performing female that I thought had just a few more unique pieces than the one right behind him. Actually like this female's female character about her head and her neck, got some stoutness and some body. She gets a little rougher in terms of her tail head, and then when we ask her to go, just comes apart too much in her top line to move her up any higher. Young lady's heifer that comes next is very basic, and that's great. Unfortunately, in this class, when they're this good, she becomes just a little bit frailer and plainer about her overall feature. Young lady rounds out the class here with another female that's going to make a tremendous cow and a great brood cow prospect. Just becomes the plainest and heaviest in terms of her condition of this group.
Get all our division champions out here over in your F1.
and certainly think they're very, very high quality and think they're very good. And I know there's only 2 classes in this particular division, but they were hard decisions between the 2 classes as well. And it's interesting to get them back out here and compare them all again. So quickly, just so you guys know, I know the cattle are certainly deserving of another quick breakdown, and I want to at least hopefully get across what's going through my head within this group of cattle. The young lady here that won our first class, like I talked a little bit, she won that class on the move. She won because of her hind leg. I think she is very, very flexible. I think she's got more than enough dimension and stoutness to her. Still got a cool feature about her head and her neck. That heifer gets back out here, and is she just as wowy as another one? Probably not, but she is denser in terms of her hind leg, in my opinion. This heifer is probably a little short on hair, as we talked a little bit in class, which maybe takes away just the wow factor a little bit, but just from a basic standpoint of hind leg quality, having some width and dimension, being high tying, I really like that female. The heifer that was second to her, killer standing still, great looking, stout hipped, bold bodied, and still got more than enough bone. I wanted to see her go better out of her hock to go ahead and win that class. Out of our next class, 2 cattle that I think are very, very nice. The young lady's heifer is presented impeccably, and like I just got done talking about, when you want one that's very dynamic, very intimidating from the outside profile, you kind of gravitate towards her. Great looking, dead level in terms of her lines, her body, and everything pulls together so good. Like I commented in class, you got to make a little bit of decision. Does she have just enough body dimension, enough stoutness? And we went ahead and said she did, and she gets out here and honestly looks better to me, and then I think is one that is just very, 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 very nice. The heifer that came second to her, another one that I think is very complete. Had to make a call if she had just enough wow factor, enough look and presence to go ahead and win this division, or win that particular class, excuse me. But we made the call we did, and I feel very good about it. So very, very good quality. Excited to get to continue on and select you 2 more. Let's give these kids a big round of applause.
Well, congratulations. In your senior intermediate division, your champion was exhibited by Emma Karst of Russell, Kansas, with Rose Becca 339. Well, congratulations. Back from the Red Angus ring, reserve in that division was Avery McMurphy, Alva, Oklahoma, with Red Diamond Ruby, 342. We're now going to welcome in Class 23 to the Red Ring. This is your February Junior Yearling class. Back over in the Black Hereford ring, results of our first class of HX females. First place exhibited by Skyline Farms Incorporated. Second place went to Ace Ashley. Third place will go to Sebastian Donham. And fourth place to DK Ranch. That is also your Division 1. Now in the ring, we'll look to see Class 8, Division 2. Well, congratulations.
Very, very high-end stuff in our class winner here in this class. In my opinion, a female that is easy to gravitate to and easy to find very, very quickly. From the profile, she's deadly. Got a great look up front. Her balance is impeccable. A female that then gets out and travels exceptionally well. Just a very, very high-quality female that dominates this particular class. The young man here that comes next, another heifer that I think's got a lot of quality, a little rougher in terms of her presentation, but when you get off to the profile of her, she is neat-necked, she is bold in terms of her body, and she is long and level in her hip. Just not quite the same kind of presentation as that heifer that wins this class, but still a high-quality one there to be standing in two. High-performing, big stout heifer comes here for this young lady. Doesn't want to cooperate the best for her. A big-hipped female that's got some body. She's a little rougher right in behind her shoulder than those cattle in front of her. Just need to piece her together just a shade better. Young lady comes next with one that is ultra easy keeping, soft in terms of her center, bold in terms of her rib, just becomes a little bit frailer and plainer about her overall kind, maybe just a little more sensible in terms of her frame as well. Another female here that comes next that's got more than enough dimension and long-lasting look to that kind of female, just comes apart too much in her shoulder, and then we need to clean her up in terms of her brisket. Young lady comes around next with another one that's got a little extra gas to her in terms of frame, a female that's got some stoutness and shape, just a little rougher in terms of her top line. Want to soften her up in that regard and just allow her to balance better on the move. Young man rounds out the class here with no doubt one that is powerful and stout. Just need to make her better balanced when we get off to the profile.
February junior yearlings. First place went to Kelly Gaffney of Barnville, Wisconsin with BJF Fancy Lady 3036L. Second place exhibited by Eli Cavisto of Cromwell, Minnesota. Third place went to Bridget Weiss, Buffalo, Minnesota. Fourth place was exhibited by Justine Anderson. Fifth place, and congratulations to Hunter Jones. Sixth went to Macy Weems, and seventh to Grady Ridenauer. Now in the ring will be class 24. These are January junior yearlings.
Another nice trio here as we continue to get up in these bigger heifers, and I like this heifer that wins this class. And honestly, I kind of had her winning most of the time. She's a female that to me combines a lot of good things in terms of being still maternal about her look, but offering some extra stoutness and dimension. And she is stout. When you step in behind her, she's big hipped, she's big pinned, she's really bold through her rib cage, and still one that ties high out of the top side of her shoulder, and truly has an advantage to me in terms of the one right behind her, in terms of having just a little bit more foot size, a little bit more reach and go in terms of her hip and her hind leg. She does pack just a little bit more shoulder into herself, because she's not no-chested. She's got just a little bit, but I think it matches because she does have that big caboose to go along with it. Real donor cow looking, but still one that I still think is very attractive. A nice female to start. Standing still and off to the profile, this young man's heifer that I got in second is Killer. Beautiful in terms of her look up front, really attractive, long and level out of her hip. All her lines put together extremely nicely. She's not as opened up as that heifer right in front of her. She's not as dense and flexible in terms of her hind leg. That's why she lands in two, but that's a nice female that is very highly presented, very nicely shown by that young man. Young lady comes next with one that's awful cowy, just explosive in terms of her rib and her center body. She takes a long stride. She maybe's got a little extra set to her hind leg, so it's not quite as sexy as maybe that one that wins the class, but just from a cow power standpoint, I really like this female's utility, and still a very feminine one up through the front third of her body. Young lady comes next with one that's got some power and stoutness that just doesn't balance up quite as nicely. Maybe it's get a little straighter in the angle to her shoulder, a little rougher in terms of her spine. Young lady comes next with another one that's got some power, some shape when you get up to the upper portions of her skeleton. I wish she matched that added power with some more density and heaviness of structure when you study her at her foot. Young lady comes around next with a big high-performing one that honestly to me just looks like she's too full. She's not comfortable out here. She just doesn't want to get out and go and reach out of her hip and her hind leg. Maybe if we could take away a little feed, I think she'd be more comfortable. Young lady rounds out the class here with another one that's going to make a tremendous cow, just not quite as attractive and put together as those ones right above her. But a good class. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Well, congratulations in our final class here in your Junior Red Angus show. Sorry, second to last class in our Red Angus show. Results of 24, first place went to Addison Vowell of Forest, Mississippi, with Dutch TC Miss Eagle 308L. Second place was exhibited by Truett Tolar of Perkins, Oklahoma, with Sandridge Beauty 3460. Third place went to Danica Lowry of El Dorado Springs, Missouri. Fourth place, Madison Fisher. Fifth place, Lainey Sasser. Sixth went to Macy Weems, and seventh to Ella Murray.
As we get to another division here, absolutely pumped about the quality that comes back out. And in particular, these two class winners come back out here and I think are very, very good. I'll talk about them briefly. Young ladies heifer that came out of that first class, I thought dominated that class. And that heifer is so appealing to me just from a look and balance and proportion standpoint. I think for a Red Angus female to put together that many good things that are coveted across different breeds in terms of neck set, in terms of balance, in terms of levelness of hip, and still being able to get out and travel to that degree, I think is very, very unique. I won't tell you that she's absolutely out there anywhere in terms of bone or just shape, but I'll tell you she's got more than enough for me. I think a very, very good animal that won that particular class. And the young ladies heifer that came into our next group, I thought equally kind of dominated that class, and a female that puts together a ton of good things in terms of of stoutness and donor cow feature, still looking like a lady through the front third of her body and her head shape and her neck. Another one that I think is very, very good in terms of her hind leg quality. Like I commented in class, she's got just a little shoulder. That's what's going to separate these pairs, but I think both these heifers are very, very good. Very excited to name these two your champion in reserve in this particular division. Young lady up front, you're the champ. Young lady here's reserve. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations, your junior champion heifer exhibited by Kelly Gaffney with BJF Fancy Lady 3036L, and reserve will go to Addison Vowell, Forest, Mississippi.
Cow-calf pair, but I'd venture to say that we could add 20 more cow-calf pairs or 100, and I'd guess this one would probably still be right up there towards the top. A very impressive young man, I'm guessing brothers, bring back their heifer from last year with a calf at side, and very impressive. The heifer's done, cow now has done an incredible job of getting this young heifer started. She's very high quality in her own right. The cow is awesome to look at in terms of neck, in terms of balance, in terms of body, and still having nice teats underneath of her, functional in terms of her skeleton, maybe almost a little extra set to her hind leg, but man, you talk about how you draw it up and how it's supposed to go. These two deserve to be commended. Look forward to having them back here in the championship here in just a bit. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations, your champion cow-calf here at the Cattleman's Congress and our Junior Red Angus show. We'll go to Rhett Tripp of Narton, Oklahoma with DDAD Abby Gabby. We're going to get the ring cleared. We'll get started with your grand drive here of our Junior Red Angus show in just a moment. Back over to the Black Hereford ring. Results out of our percentage show, Class 12. First place exhibited by Sky.
kind of get to the conclusion here of what's been a fun afternoon. I know I've thoroughly enjoyed it and had a tremendous amount of fun getting to work through these cattle. To be honest about it, taking nothing away from what my expectations were coming in, but you guys exceeded it. It's been fun. We've got to tie into a lot of cattle in these divisions that I think are very, very good. Through these younger cattle that I think their futures are very, very high, and the ceiling is their potential in all reality, because I think they're that kind of quality. And it's been fun to come to the Congress today and get to evaluate the cattle. I'm not huge on speeches, so I will keep it pretty short. I would like to sincerely thank the Red Angus Junior Association for having me. It's been an absolute blast. I want to thank the Cattlemen's Congress for having me and getting to judge in this awesome arena. It's been an absolutely awesome opportunity, and I am very, very thankful for it. I can't go on without thanking my family at home. I know a lot of people have been affected this week with some rough weather, and we've had a little bit, not as bad as others, but we had to deal with it just a little bit. My family is at home, and that's truly what allows me to be able to come and travel and get to judge a show and have this kind of opportunity, because they're holding the fort down at home. I want to thank also my beautiful wife at home. She was going to come. We were going to drive, but I don't think we were going to make it through Missouri. So I booked a flight and got here. Also want to say a special thank you and hi to my grandma Carol. She's at home. She's had a little bit of a rough go lately, but I know she's watching today, and I'm thankful that she's getting to do that. So thank you to exhibitors. It's been an absolute blast. I'm not going to go through and talk about each one of these again. I've tried to pick cattle how I like them. I tried to pick them sound and then add as many extras as we can in terms of dimension, in terms of look, and having some extras to go along with that function. So if you would, put your hands together for these kids in the ring. They've done an awesome job. I wish them the best on the future, and I'll get you a couple champions.
Well, congratulations, your grand champion, Red Angus female here at the Cattlemen's Congress, comes to you from our February yearling class. That was Kelly Gaffney with BJF Fancy Lady 3036L. And congratulations, reserve grand champion coming out of the same division. That was Addison Vowell of Forest, Mississippi, with Dutch TC Miss Eagle 308L. Again, congratulations to all of our Red Angus exhibitors. And again, thank you to Bodie Schliff for judging our show today.